Hey chat, how are you? Hope you're well, ladies, gentlemen, programs, users, and gentle folk. It's Friday. We're gonna keep things kind of low key today. We're thanks for giving the bot you're giving bots a hug. Hi, I'm Scott. It's Friday. I hope you're having a great day.
You're messing with my Zen thing, man.
Hello,
Two Slider has just subscribed. Slap in DA base.
You're slapping the bass. Slapping the bass. The bass, all that bass. Hi. Posted image, so cool. Very nice. 56 months. Thank you, Slider, for the tier 1. What do you mean, old man? How you dare? Based on our convo, instant understanding took humanity 30,000 years to solve that. Oh, here we go. Hold on. I'm not sharing this, by the way. This is private conversation. Yeah, the myelin. Okay, so the myelin sheath is actually quite interesting. By the way, we're just talking about synaptic state. It's just brain stuff, chat. That is a hell of a way of explaining it. Hello, Almighty. How are you? Yep. Based on our convo, an instant understanding took 30,000 years to solve that. We casually view them in graphics. Synapse growth and how it forms our existence. Yeah, there's so much we don't understand about our brains. Anyway, as you can see, no, we're not going to continue with Forza. I figured, you know what? I wanted to jump back into something that was a little more laid back. We're just gonna, we're gonna just have, environmental. Brain stuff. We're talking about neurotransmitters. Yes, everybody has a brain, even when you don't think they do. So we're gonna keep things pretty low, chill. We're gonna do some, the old brain salts. There you go. We're gonna do some. We're just gonna sort of do some very chill, relaxed sort of operations within Star Citizen. I think we're gonna jump back into the. We're gonna spend time with the Star Lancer Max today. Here's the thing. While I enjoy racing, I know that might have been a little bit drastic going from like Star Citizen and Armor Reforger and some of the more intense simulations over into something that has a little bit more of an arcade presence. Now, I am going to mention, like, for those of you who are new to the community, you haven't been here before, I'm Scott. This is the arcade. I am a variety streamer on Twitch and YouTube. I like all games for the most part, like short of a couple. I'm not like a fan of stuff like Roblox or like Fortnite or anything, but I have a very broad palette of games that I enjoy. I try to stream those to the best of my ability. How is my, who did the Yoda in the back? You mean this guy? Farming sim? Not until they fix the performance issues. There is absolutely zero reason why with a 5900X 64 gig of RAM, the game installed on a like Gen 5 M.2 and an RX 9070 XT with 16 gig of VRAM, that I should be getting anything less than 100 FPS. Yeah, it is your flower. He's holding your flower. This was made by my friend Ava. She crocheted it. This is hand crocheted. So until giants can pull the giant stick out of their ass and actually fix their performance problems with their engine, I do have friends. Though Race Labs does a chat overlay that could work. I mean, yeah, racing, and it's true, like, racing is tough for streaming, so you're absolutely right. So it was like one of those, I wanted to try it out because it was sent to me as a gift, and I wanted to give it like a fair shake, and I enjoy it. I'd like to go back to it. Listen, no, your stream son, you're not friend. Totally different. Your family. Your family. I do have friends, Jay. Thanks. Thanks, daughter of mine. And again, like, no offense. I know a lot of people enjoy Farm Sim. But the reason that I haven't been back to Farming Simulator is because the piss poor engine performance of it. Like, it is brutal. And then if you start putting mods into it, like, with a good high-end gaming rig, there is no reason I should be having to run the game at medium settings and still get subpar performance. It is what it is, right? Like, and meanwhile, I can run like a game like Forza Motorsport in Ultra and have everything switched to max, and it runs beautifully. I can, like, Star Citizen, which is not a complete or finished title. It is a functional alpha. I can easily get 60 FPS in it, right? Yeah, exactly. American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2 run better, and their engine is old as shit. Giants is always talking a good game about how they've made these improvements, but the performance speaks otherwise. Performance issues? Yeah, and I have zero issues with American Truck or Euro Truck Simulator 2. It's butter. Anyway, like I said, today we're going to be jumping back in. We're going to take the Starlancer out. Performance issue. Also, there's gaming. Listen, if it's just a straight up performance issue, there's a little blue pill for that, right? Just swallow the pill. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's tomorrow is new chair day. Bob Dole agrees. Bob Dole agrees. Mind you, I run a 1650, right? Might still get stutters every so often. See, and like for me, I'm running a 9070, right? I'm running an AMD 9070 XT. This card performs great, but Farm Sim hurts my soul. Right? It just, what do you do, right? I've done everything I can to optimize the functionality of this PC, and it is one of a very, very small part of my library that doesn't function worth a damn. But that being said, like I said, we're gonna jump into the verse. I think we're gonna turn that music down just a smidge though. Yeah, you need a minimum of 32 gig. Minimum 32 gig. If you've got less than that, you're gonna have. There are some things you can do to optimize because now it runs in Vulkan, but still. But once you accidentally become important, more work, less sleep. Yes, that's true. There you go. Apparently it patched again, so we're gonna optimize the. We gotta optimize the shaders. Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Unless it's a thin client, but a lot of thin clients, you're pulling stuff from a centralized network location. Well, you guys have seen. I've shown the metrics on screen for when things are running. Sometimes, even though I have 64 gig, sometimes I'll hit 55, 56 gig of RAM being used with everything loaded up with game and all the streaming stuff and everything in the background, right? Yeah, exactly. That's with 32 gig, exactly. So we're just going to take a moment. Discord is using 800. Yeah, like 800, yeah, almost a gig just for Discord, right? And when you start actually adding it up like that, it doesn't take long for it to start like stacking, right? How much RAM does SC use nowadays? That's actually a pretty valid question. Let's grab our task manager here. In its current state, it is only using 10 gigabytes of RAM right now. It is using 10 gigabytes, and that's while we're optimizing the shaders. Now, because we're not actually fully in the game, though, could be Discord and Chrome. This is why I don't use Chrome anymore as a browser. Chrome is terrible. Chrome is absolutely, god damn, Chrome is way too resource heavy. Yeah, exactly. 10 gigs of RAM and I'm on the menu. Exactly. It's using 10. But we are also running through the shader optimization right now because it patched. And it is actually also using 53% of my CPU right now because Star Citizen is still very heavy CPU bound as well. So like there are a couple of factors, and we've just crested into 11 gigs of RAM being used by Star Citizen. So yeah. Also, more and more video games recommend 32 gig or more, so 60. Exactly. Now, here's the issue, though. I think what that comes down to, though, is more and more games are recommending 32 gig, so 16 really isn't enough anymore. The issue for that comes back down to it's because a lot of developers aren't taking the time to optimize things. Right. Recommended as baseline, required specs is meaningless. Yeah. I think the issue comes back to, though, there is a portion of the game dev industry that they're not taking the time to properly optimize. I understand if a project is in early access, it's an alpha or beta, whatever, right? It's still being worked on. I understand there being a modicum of issues, resource overhead, things like that, because it's not a finished product. It's still in development. That makes sense. That's why I don't really harp about the heavy resource use of Star Citizen. It is a constant in development project. We haven't even hit its 1.0 release yet, right? So no, and that's the thing, right? Somewhere that happened. It's true. Required specs is meaningless, right? Recommended is the baseline. Yeah, it's true. I agree. That is pretty accurate. We're not quite halfway through shader optimization yet. This is just going to take a few moments, so. But hi, welcome on in. I hope you're all having a great Friday. Like I said, today we're changing gears a little bit. We're going to drop back into a little bit more of moving things around for Levski and clearing the air. Just to lead into Tuesday next week for Coffee and Chrome. And then Tuesday, for those of you, if you're just joining and you're just new to the channel, Tuesday is sort of my reset for the week. So Tuesday is Coffee and Chrome. We take a look at American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator 2, and potentially in the future, the upcoming Truck World Australia. And then I get into I do game rotation, right? So it just come around Wednesday and we'll be into something totally different. Next week, actually Wednesday, we will be dropping into Armor Reforger. We're going to take a look at the new Day Zero map, look at some of the changes and advancements that have come along with that. Depending on how things go, there is the potential that I might move over into taking a look at Surrounded, which, again, it is an early access title. Okay, so we're 50% of the way through, and CPU usage has dropped, but RAM usage, again, we're just in the menu. We're up to 13 gigs used. 13 gigabytes used in the menu. Shader optimization's almost done, though, so. I like waiting for the shader optimization to finish up. Anyways, I'm going to go... you know what? Hold on. Let me see. We bring up... apparently there's... I'm going to have to see what that update is all about, because Excuse, no. Sir, ma'am. Sir, the PC, please. Okay, Carmageddon just updated. We're going to have to take a look at that at some point, I think. I just recently added a game to my wish list. Where is it? This is the one. This game caught my attention. Why are you not full screening anymore? Oh, there we go. It is single player. It is an early access title. Think DayZ, but with the visuals and physics of Motortown. This looks fun. I watched, I spent about an hour this morning while I was tinkering around in the background with some stuff. And I watched the Mighty Jingles actually spend an hour playing this. And I was like, okay, I've got to check this out on Steam for myself. Because I do enjoy me a little bit of survival style game. So, I'm not, how much is this one again? I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, listen. Steam, please. Hi. Why is Steam over on that window? That is not where it's supposed to be. See, it's $16 right now. Similar to games you've played. Valheim and Icarus. 250 hours in Icarus. We've got 834 hours in Valheim. Good God. And, you know, the recent reviews, they have 13,000 very positive reviews. This is a single dev. This guy's been working on this game for 5 years. When are we playing it together? I do not believe it is single player. You can't play it together. It is single player. Single player game only. So, to answer your question, we can't play it together. All right. It's unfortunately not going to happen. I don't want to play games with you anyway. Good, fine. I don't want to play games with you either. I don't want to play games with you either. You're not my real son. Oh, I hope you're all having a good day, though. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for starting. Well, actually, I guess technically, thanks for ending the month off. Tomorrow is the final day of the month of February because, you know, February got the short stick. I play game sounds with a late night, like a late night HBO show. That's true. That's, boy. That is about as correct as things get. Let's go to no, I would like to there. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn that off at some point too. Choice. Anyway, like I said. We're going to do a little bit of just sort of chill. We're going to keep things, you know, low key. We're going to head to the hangar first. Get ourselves sort of set into position. Oof. I'm not sure. What did they do with... Why is it doing that? Why am I having a seizure? And why is it only in third person? Wow, that was rough. Okay, well, I guess we'll just, we'll stick to the first person view. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Excuse me. Where's the elevator, sir? Hello, Jesper. February was the 12th month for the Romans. Honestly, that would actually make more sense. Listen, Sleepy. Slag your immersion. Actually, that sounds kind of mean. Hi, Spirit. How, Warp Spirit? How are you? We're just gonna take a nice leisurely stroll here. Whoa, 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 whoa! Listen, damn. Sleepy gets the eggplant, then Sleepy. Well, Ozempic is hurting a bit. Need to tone it down for a while. Ozempic. What do you mean it's hurting? Well, you can blame King Gregory for that. I mean, side effects are nasty. Oof. Well, if Warp Spirit is on Ozempic, it's because it was prescribed by the doctor. I will guarantee you that. See your dog. That joke is terrible, sir. Yeah, you did not want to take it. Yeah. The problem is you've got these semi-glutides, like Ozempic, you've got Wegovy, you've got all of these things. Your endo encouraged it. To what end, though? I mean, would you almost not be safer if this is causing so many problems and the side effects are... Now, are you part of that small group that has really serious and terrible side effects? Yeah, you're supposed, and that's exactly it. You're supposed to change your lifestyle. It's not supposed to fix a thing. It's supposed to allow you to do the full lifestyle change, right? If I wanted to slow down my digestive tract for weight loss, I'd let my stress anxiety take over. I mean, I would see. I'm of the mind that if I was told by my doctor, and here's the thing though, is it's because my GP is like phenomenal, right? So, if it was suggested that I take something like Ozempic or Wegovy or whatever, then I would actually take it, because he wouldn't recommend that to me without the lifestyle changes being in place first. The medication or any form of treatment like that from anything that I've had to deal with is only as a last. Everything else is done first. Medication is the last thing that is attempted for any purpose. It doesn't matter. That I can get a discounted membership? Dude, honestly, I'm a big fan of the YMCA. Prevent stroke as well. I mean, that's good to know. Well, we're not doing cryopods, Wolf. I don't know what to tell you, man. We're not doing cryopods. I think it potentially about, it might, in your case, it's potentially about dosage, right? Hollywood glommed onto the weight loss injections. And that's the thing, like, Warp Spirit, and you can tell, like, Warp Spirit is not discussing this because it's like they're using it. It's prescribed. She is diabetic, right? Like, exactly. It's not for weight loss, right? It's exactly. I think, and the issue is, you've probably already encountered this in day to day. Like you mentioned Ozempic or like any of the other like generics. People will, not everyone, but people will generally just instantly think that you're on it because of weight loss.
Hi, and welcome to.
But that's because that's how it's been marketed now. Is there are people who don't need to take it, who are taking it because weight loss. Which, bullshit, but you know, hey, my doc wants me on it for the weight loss part. Yeah. The thing is, though, is, I mean, yeah, tons of off-label. Exactly. Right? Like, that's kind of always the thing, too, is there's always going to be, like, tons of off-label with stuff like this, too, unfortunately. Okay, so we're down here. We're going to grab... All right, so let's grab a couple of things first.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I need to... Okay, we're going to grab that first.
Has been delivered to the... Please visit us again.
We're going to get ourselves an Atlas. We're going to throw the Atlas in the back of the Star Lancer. Okay. One second, sorry, this is about dinner tonight, so. And hold on. Okay, there we go. Wouldn't be a bad thing, but that wasn't my doctor's main concern. It was mostly lowering sugars, less chances of stroke, better performing pancreas, etc. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, right? Like, I understand the overall benefits of like a semaglutide, right? Like, and interstellar medium hull. No. Why did that pop up? Why? Where's my thing? Where's my beast? Why is it not? God damn it. Doc told me if I could lose 100 pounds, I would be off all my meds. That's, you know, listen, that seems like a solid goal, right? Being able to get off of any kind of medication, just through like good, healthy, like lifestyle changes. Listen, I think that is a fantastic goal, right?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Why is it a garage? I don't know.
Vehicle retrieval system.
My God. All right, that's
For
it.
insurance claim, your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
It's been moved to the garage. I don't want the garage. It needs to come up here. What is your problem? You know what? Hold on. This is how we're going to do this. You know, say I'm going to start running, then go try a marathon. No, but the thing is, though, is the crazy part is there are people who will try that. Like, absolutely. There are people who will try that, right? Okay, let's just bring the Star Lancer maxed up, okay?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Is it being delivered? Or am I being debated? Yeah, high fructose corn syrup is a killer. And it's in so much stuff too, right? Like soda booze. Me stopping all soda made me drop like 10 pounds. Yeah. The one thing I've actually started when I like the occasional soda I have now is the like I'll have a zero, like a Coke Zero. Because they're not even using aspartame for it. It's like it's kind of, and honestly, it still tastes like normal Coke, but it doesn't have all the fucking sugar. I'm all right with that. I have a rack of the Mexican Cokes from Costco, dude. Listen, I would be willing to fight a homeless person for that. I will bum fight someone for that, okay? No joke. Right? Yeah. Cane sugar, man. I had to start my day with gummy bears today. My sugars were down to 3.3. It's probably, this might seem really crazy to you, Warp Spirit. I have no sugar in my diet. Zero sugar. So the only way that I end up with sugars in my system is purely from some of the foods that I eat, like whether it's fruits or anything else. But the refined sugar, no refined sugars at all. If there is food with sugar in it, I am not eating it. It's not happening. Excuse me, sir. I just don't eat it. I have to read packages now. If it's manufactured, it's got sugar in it, I'm not having it. I can't. Doctor's orders. Zero sugar. Zero sugar. Outside of what you get from like normal like fruits and vegetable style diet. After going below a 2 and being hospitalized in April. Oof. Yikes, that's, damn, that, man, you're having a bit of a rough go of it. Yeah, look at the pile of sugar and high fructose corn syrup. No, I know, it's freaking terrifying, man. It's crazy. It's in the educational system. Mandating diet isn't the solution. Like many things, it's education. Well, I think the thing that a lot of us forget too is that what works for, say, me isn't going to work for Two Slider or work for Sleepy Developer or work for anybody else, right? Because we're all unique. Our chemical makeup is unique. Like, what makes us tick internally is unique. So, knowing how your personal physical form interacts with certain food types and, you know, certain like chemical levels and everything else to balance it out, educating yourself and knowing that, I think, is actually far more important. If people abusing soda, it'll be something else, right? Yeah. You don't, and no, exactly. You don't only learn at school. No, that's true too. You don't. I like that. Have you seen the educational system? I mean, listen, I wish I could say that we're much better, but lately, that would be a lie. All right. Let's check our supplies. See if I want to see if we've got a supply stash here. I don't think we actually do. We're going to need to make sure we've got supplies though. Because the one thing I found out is you can now say, I've been able to, I don't know if anybody else has had any bad luck with this, but so far I have been able to safely bed log, which means, and then log back in and still be in my ship. Yeah, fructose versus sucrose, yeah. And the thing is, the body absorbs those sugars differently too, right? So... do we have storage here? I do not. Shit. You know, it'd be nice if you walk into the crew galley and you can just like walk up to this and just put your food in it, and then when you need food, it just dispenses it. That'd be fantastic. Okay, so let's go back to the crew quarters here. Well, not, yeah, and that's the other thing too, right? Like, refined sugar is probably the worst offender for a lot of this stuff, right? This is not my room. My room should be down here. My room should be around the corner, on the back side. Yep, this looks a little bit closer to, yep. All right, so, bathroom. Where the store, sir, where? Oh my God. Let's get, sir. All right, where are the storage lockers? If we're gonna store anything, we need to know where the storage lockers are. A gun locker is not where I'm putting my, my freaking trail mix, okay? Like, that's just not... Those are escape pods. That's not gonna work. Computer. Nope, none of this is gonna do it. Damn it. No candy in the first aid kit either. Yeah, no, we're not putting candy in the... Listen, we're not doing that, okay? We're not about that life where we're putting candy in the... No. Wait, we're not putting candy in the first aid kit. There's the armory. All right, is this where we... This is probably... Really? Can you open the armory for me? Suit lockers, weapon locker... No storage. Oh my God. How do we have this beautiful ass whole big honkin' ship and no storage lockers? How do we not have personal storage lockers in this? All right, well, with that in mind, looks like we're gonna have to bring a crate. Have our supplies in it. Yep. Ship is a storage locker. A big honker? I'll give you a big honker. Make sure your ship isn't on fire. You just never mind. Ship is fine. It's not on fire, okay? That shit, does it look like it's burning? No. Don't even start with the yet. I swear to God, Wolf's Head. I swear to God. Yeah, it's not on fire yet. Yeah, that was in the Zeus. It was the Zeus. I would like to... Yeah, we're gonna grab that over to the elevator, and we're gonna... Upsie daisy, we didn't start the fire. It's true. We didn't start the fire. Where is... Excuse me. I'd like to know where my container went. Why do I still have pressurized ice? That's a good question, too. Wolf said, you must be a real treat at parties. Well, fuck. I'm a real treat. At least my blood sugar, my low blood sugars make it. Oh my god. I keep looking and hoping that it's gonna appear there, but apparently that's wishful thinking. I prefer the term conflagration there to have it make sense. I'll see myself at conflagration. I prefer the term conflagration. I mean, listen. Move to the elevator. Okay. And then we're going to raise the elevator. And then I'm going to see if I can get rid of this pressurized ice. Well, I understand that, but again, like, the problem, really? Is this how the day is gonna go? The downside sometimes is we lack all the nuance because we're not privy to the details of how certain situations came about. You know what I mean? We don't truly and fully understand the nuance of how certain decisions were made. And I feel like sometimes I feel like that's the issue with opinion pieces, right? Like, it is one thing to state an opinion, but it doesn't mean that opinion is 100% based in full factual detail and information either. And I think sometimes that's where we fall apart with a lot of things, especially in conversation, because we lack that nuance. We don't understand all of it. Yeah, so apparently the elevator is freaking broken. Well, yep, that's it. We lost all of that stuff. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Exit to the menu. We're gonna server hop. I'm going to see if this actually replaces my stuff and puts it back where it's supposed to be. Or we're just gonna have to buy another one and figure it out. Yeah, everything causes change. Exactly. Like even us having this conversation incites a form of change. Which then, you know, to our best approximations, just changes the direction of so many different things, right? Like, okay. I hope that diving into this, yeah, everything changes. Yeah, just by observing it. It's true. It is absolutely true, right? Also true. Doesn't affect one of the three basic reactions. That's why opinion sections used to be in their own clearly marked area. Yes, now it's just fire hosed and people don't check sources. Also, yeah, that's the big thing for me is the lack of like checking sources. Nobody seems to want to check sources anymore because research. Who wants to do that? Nobody's got time for that. I got to get this out because if I don't make my money. And yeah, even within science, especially within theoretical physics, we know that things change just purely because of the observation of it. No, I'm 100% with you on that too. So, okay, why am I not in my? Is it not spawning us in our freaking hangars anymore? What the frack? Yeah, same. I did like for college and university, man, I did a lot of writing, but we had to properly research everything. And that was the thing. Even though I was studying like electrical engineering in university, and I took computer electronics technology for my 3-year college, the amount that we had to write, even though we had, you know, machines to do things, being that I'm 53, those were pretty ancient ass machines, but still, we were expected to write, handwrite. There was no typing shit out. There was no printing it off. You had to handwrite it. Handwritten. My professors did not give a rat's ass. People squawked, well, why can't we just do it this way? Other classes, he's like, as he put it, you're not in those classes. You're in my class. We're doing it this way because you still need to know the basics of how to read, comprehend, and actually be able to translate the information that you've learned onto a page to give it to someone else. Because you might not always be able to use the machine to type the thing out or print it. And you know what? I'm glad that that was something that was maintained. Because I'm gonna ask a question. For those of you who are 25 years of age or younger, how many of you would be able to last 1 month, 30 days without access to the internet, a mobile device to type anything out on? How many of you would actually be able to write something on paper with a pen or pencil? How many people would actually, under the age of 25, would be able to communicate with another human being? Fully and functionally be able to communicate with another human being? It would be difficult. But these are skills. These are skills that should actually honestly still be taught. Because while we are enjoying this golden age of technology where fast instantaneous communication, one solar flare could wipe all of it out like that. Just boom, gone. Right? Instantaneously, just snuffed. No internet, no high-speed access, no telecommunications. Your phone won't even turn on.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Right?
The capsule will be...
What would you do? What would you do if you didn't have modern forms of communication? Well, and that's the other thing too, because you would lose modes of transportation. Entire global communications and shipping networks would go down. Like, everything would have to become very, very small and very localized at that point. Because even a major EMP from a mass solar ejection
Hello, and welcome to New Babbage.
would damage transistorized systems. Entire power grids would fail, right? Like, we're talking about a societal and global reset, right? Yeah, but they would have to change. Yeah, the Postman. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Postman. Actually, you know what? The Postman's a pretty good way of depicting it. Like, we kind of get, because I think in a way, television and Hollywood have kind of spoiled us with this you know, look of like apocalyptic futures where, you know, cars still function and we still have technology and everything else. But ultimately, none of that really stands the test of time or is true. You might have the odd system that might survive it because it was enclosed and hardened. And in a lot of those cases, it would be because they were a, you know, high security military system. But without the satellite functionality for them to properly work or anything, like, you're kind of SOL. Right? You are cooked. Pre-1970s car would be fine. Hardened military tech might be fine. Might be. Right. Yeah, Starlink. Yeah, no, Starlink. Yeah, Starlink satellite system. That entire freaking satellite network would just like end. It would be ended. Gone. Elon's baby. Destroyed. Okay. Select all shown. Okay, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to stare at the screen until it says it is transferred. As they're all indicating orbits that need adjustment. Yeah. Okay, so. See, it shows that they're there. Huzzah, hallelujah, there you go. Okay. All right, so now that that's there, let's do this thing. Let's get the ship. We got to figure it out, chat. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're just, we're back in the verse. It's pretty, we're going to do some Chill Alliance aid runs and a little bit of commodity trading, I think. Keep it low key. You know, I had considered doing it with the raft, but I think I'm gonna stick with my initial premise. We're gonna start setting up the Star Lancer to be the liveaboard. Now that bed logging is definitely a thing that we can do. Would not be leaving the atmosphere unless you could get enough power. One of the first transmissions to break atmosphere. Yeah, the Olympics before World War III. What was that, 1933 or something like that? And we've been obnoxiously sending shit out through our atmosphere ever since. Well, I haven't got any gum for you. I don't know what to tell you. I have no gum for you, dum-dum. Hello, Nuts Life. How are you? That was kind of mean, actually. Shit. I've said this before, but this is my favorite meme. We as a species sent out spacecraft with our mixtape nudes and directions to our home. Yeah, that's true. We did. Mixtape nudes and directions to our home. Yeah, we gave them we gave them our location. Am I telling you to get effed? No. But I mean, if you would like me to tell you that, if that's what would make you happy, I might be able to oblige. Okay, we're gonna pull the pressurized ice out. Put that down there, okay? We're gonna pick this up and we're gonna put this. Oh. Yep. Drake equation accounts for this, also true. Well, the thing is, though, is the Drake equation, again, like, the Fermi paradox, the Drake equation, like, all of this stuff isn't set in stone. Because there are too many things that we don't know. There's just so much that we don't know or understand that our understanding of the universe through mathematics can't account for all of it. Now, we start getting into stuff like dark equation, you know, the dark force theory, stuff like that. Listen, Nuts Life, you don't strike me as the Hulk, okay? I don't get Hulk vibes from you, sir. Well, but that's the thing. It is based off of our understandings of the universe currently. And that changes on a regular basis as we learn more, right? And I think this is the problem. I think this is where people have kind of gotten iffy regarding science. Is science changes, it evolves, because as we learn more, we then things change. For the vast majority of people, they don't like change. Societally, change scares the shit out of people. So when you look at it from the lens of science then looks inconsistent and they take it as falsehoods and lies instead of through research and study in-depth study. That means that things change, therefore our understanding changes, therefore equations of mathematics and our understanding of physics and science evolve. Therefore this, that, and the other thing, as these are tested and tested and tested and tested to the point of failure or continuing to be able to test because it keeps passing, right? So it makes people look like, you know, if you're into the sciences or you're into like, then it makes people just automatically assume, well, you know, you must be full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. No, because what I understand today may change tomorrow because of a new discovery, because somebody has tested this and found something else out, right? It's evolutionary. It evolves. Ender's Game. I love Ender's Game. Damn, Ender's Game is so good. I actually enjoyed the movie too. I know the movie just, you know, it didn't, there's some people who are really kind of iffy about the movie. I liked the movie. I would like, what do we got? That's Borace. Oh, Melina Mold. Nope. 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 No. 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 Boom. Borace. Baxolite. Pressurized ice. I can't use this because this is for... all right, that's fair. All right, we're going to put this back. I'm like, God damn it. All right, so we're going to put the pressurized ice back. We're going to store it because that is only 4. That is not 8. It's 4, not 8. We're going to transfer that to the warehouse. 256. Wait, what? Who, what? Why 256? But exactly, and that's the thing, right? Also, if science deems something true, then in those minds, it is not changeable. It becomes fact. The value of highly progressed society is factored into it. That number can change drastically, yeah. Also, science deems something true. But the thing is, though, is what we understand as true today may change tomorrow through advancement in further study. So it's not that it isn't changeable. In fact, quite the opposite. It is quite changeable. True tech time. Yeah, time dilation and space travel. Absolutely, right? Yeah, it is a messaging problem. Absolutely. Yep. If you can provide empirical evidence, then science will move with you, evolution being an example. Yes. But that is exactly it. You have to show and you have to provide empirical evidence that is testable.
Well,
And that testing
The ASOP
passes
retrieval system.
all the time, constantly. Like it is consistently passing, right? Like, okay, so we're going to put this away for now because we've got to do a little bit of shopping. We've got to do some shopping. This is a chill, laid back kind of stream, right? Peer review isn't profitable, so it's dying. Yeah. I mean, then that's the thing. Like, but peer review is how you show, effectively, that's how you show your work, though. The peer review process is how you show your work. Peer review isn't supposed to be about profit. It's about provable science. It's about proving your theories as no longer being theory, but factual data that is testable and repeatable. That's the idea. Okay. I'm going to leave you guys here for a quick moment because I need to go use the bathroom. While I'm taking a quick break to go use the facilities, I would highly recommend all of you get up, get yourselves a snack, get yourself something to drink, stretch. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. All right, there we go, chat. Hello? How are you? That's life. I hope you had a better Friday at least. That's why you, yeah. That's why you peer review from several sources. You don't believe one citation in a book, you find more. Yeah, you can find more. That's what scientific journals are about. Some being far more trustworthy than others. Another reason cutting HHS and FDA is bad. Can lead to even more arguments. Yeah, I don't know. It's the entire situation nowadays is kind of wild. Okay, so we need to do a little bit of shopping. I'm gonna double check and see what we've got in stock here. I've got ranted dung. That elevator for some reason trips me up because it's broken. So, okay, so we need to do a little bit of shopping. We can't leave planet without supplies. So we're gonna go to the commons. We're gonna do a little bit of shopping. We're gonna grab some supplies before we break orbit and head out. Now, yeah, see, everybody will just head over to where the Regal Luxury Rentals is and just grab like power bars and like freaking other things, but I'd rather actually grab proper supplies. So we're going to the common.
And welcome to New Babbage.
By the way, for the record, sunrise on New Babbage, that is pretty. Let's be real, that is pretty.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch.
You knew where the bodies were buried and they destroyed his archive? That sounds terrible. Block laid off 40% of their workforce today. I know, citing AI, yep. That's a lot of bodies, by the way. A lot of people. Okay, that's better. He could give you info with documentation going back 10 years. He did it because he didn't think it's fair to slow bleed. I mean, I guess, but this is going to be the first in a line of companies that are going to start doing the same thing. So we're going to end up seeing, I think this 2026 is going to be the year where we see major shift with multinational companies laying off tens of thousands of people, and there will not be jobs for these people to go into at all. So what do you end up doing? Because now you're going to end up with tens of thousands of people repeatedly over time losing their jobs. This is going to then be hundreds of thousands and millions of people globally without jobs to go to, without jobs to move over into. So that is lost income being fed into an economy that doesn't work as it's been structured anymore. So, because then these people don't have money to be consumers.
Capsule now approaching station.
This is actually how you start noticing the signs that the system that we have
Capsule now approaching
known
station. Stand clear of
doesn't work anymore. Capitalism does not work as a financial system anymore. It just doesn't. Because there has to be a consumer. But when the consumer does not have any means by which to buy anything, to purchase services, to purchase products. Yep. Yeah. Administration blames their opponents. World culture gets more damaged. Yeah. Exactly. Unemployment gets worse. Remember how it used to be that wealthy, you know, the wealthy barons of industry said that this would all be a trickle-down effect and that, you know, them making money would make everyone else money? Are you starting to see the lie there, though? No. But it was sold to everyone that it would trickle all the way down to the bottom, and it doesn't. What makes you think that there's going to be another?
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hi, and welcome to New Babbage.
Yeah, it's already a thing. Exactly. It's two-tiered. Like, if we're going to talk on a movie scale, you know, a good actual film that kind of really encapsulates what we're talking about right now? Elysium. Matt Damon. Yeah, the Cyberpunk 2077 exaggerations are far more real than the most realized. Yeah, that's yeah. Boy, is that ever real. That kind of hits you right in the old, that's the big old gut punch, isn't it? Avocado and corn, ooh. Baking club, yes please. One. Gotta take my time with this. Okay, we're gonna grab like 8 sandwiches here. All right, there we go. We got 8. Y'all got any water? I'll gladly take some. We're gonna grab like 8 of these too. But that's what I mean. If you look at the way the system was split, everything was two-tiered. And we kind of, and yeah, like to Two Sliders' point, Cyberpunk 2077, like the entire premise of what Mike Pondsmith created with the, you know, with everything is kind of on point. Okay, we got a whole bunch of water. We're gonna need medications. Okay, so we got a couple of things here. What is that? Is that? I think these are all Baking Club. I hope these are all Baking Club. If they're not, then we're in trouble. Okay, so I think we got a little bit of food here. All Baking Club, nice. Hell yeah. You know, the entire premise of reality is stranger than fiction is pretty accurate, I think. Honestly. Okay, we're gonna put the ranted dung in there. We're not doing any cryopods today. No cryopods. We're gonna do some pressurized ice stuff. We're gonna do some, you know, we're gonna do some of that stuff. There is no cryopods today. I don't care how low your supply is getting. There will be no cryopods today, chat. None. None. Actually, you know, of course, as soon as we're in here, it's like, no, you know what? We're not doing this. Okay, let's go to the backpack. We're going to quick buy one of those. Okay. Let's do utility. Let's check utility. Under, no. God damn it. No, that's fine. Personal weapons, maybe. No, don't need any of that. All right. Excuse me. Somebody left their sniper rifle just laying on the ground. Irresponsible gun owners. God damn it. Preventative medicine is a great 2-tier example as well, yeah. If we gave it to everyone, we'd save a lot. Yeah, rewatching some of the new Outer Limits, 1990s. I wouldn't say that's new. I didn't take it. You're right. Because it wouldn't let me pick it up. That's why. It wouldn't actually let me pick it up. Okay, so we need a couple of things. I'm going to need extra magazines. Custodian, no. Emod stabilizer. Okay, F55? No, FS9. Wait. You know what? Let's double check and make sure what we've got here. FS9. All right, and we've got a pulse laser pistol. All right, so just so I make sure I know what I'm purchasing here. And then all categories to personal weapons. Thank you. We want FS9 mags. Or technically, it's just a giant ass freaking box mag, right? So, all right, buy 10 of those. Thank you.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Oh, I'm sure I will be happy with that. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. LH86, no. P4AR, no. We need a battery. There it is. Okay. Yep, pulse laser. Okay, 60 cap. All right. Grab 10 of those. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
He's very enthusiastic, chat. 10 med pens.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
He's very enthusiastic. A little too so. Listen, stop glazing me, okay? Don't glaze me, sir.
Nice choice.
Okay, at least he's got something different to say this time. We're gonna grab a couple of decon pens too. Yeah, 6. Sure, why not? Okay. I would say the shopping has been completed. I feel like that should be decent enough. Yep. Oxypens, yeah, we've got so a couple extra. The only thing I don't currently have. You know what? No, we're good. We're good. We've got enough. Well, yeah, the stuff from the 1990s is definitely newer than the stuff from the 60s. Absolutely. I can't disagree with that at all, but I definitely wouldn't say it's the stuff, the Outer Limits from the 90s is groundbreaking at all.
How are you getting by?
I think it's a bit backwards that more people streamed the last Statable Championships than the last election.
Her face kind of weirded me out. That made me feel uncomfortable. I don't know why, but I felt uncomfortable. That was unpleasant, chat. And before we get too far here, let's grab ourselves this. that a garbage can? It is not. Damn it. I was kind of hoping that was going to be a garbage can, but it's like the like shows like the Twilight Zone too, right? Like, you know, it'd be really nice if we could just throw the garbage in the garbage can, you know? It'd be great.
Clear of disembarking passengers. Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Do 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 do. There it is. I was like, where's my camera angle? There it is. Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, 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 bum, bum. They reused a lot of video from previous episodes, which I understand why. Social ticks are scarily close to what is happening now. Like, here's the thing. I remember The Outer Limits, but honestly, I personally always preferred the Twilight Zone. I always preferred the Twilight Zone. It's just, and we're talking personal preference, right? I was more of a Rod Serling kind of fan, right? Black Mirror, though, if you haven't watched any of the Black Mirror episodes, I highly recommend it. Holy goddamn. Black Mirror is wild. Absolutely freaking wild. And more to the point, I feel it has a slightly more accurate kind of a dystopian feel to a lot of things. All right, so we're going to make our way back down into the hangar. We're going to bring the ship back up. I'm going to offload our supplies into the crate. Each analyze the cultural and predicted future politics. Yeah. I mean, there were, and the thing is like both Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone kind of touched on some of the more fantastical things as well, which I think is good, right? Because again, it's supposed to be based in like science fiction, paranormal kind of idea, and it's supposed to be, you know, episodes. Each episode is based on an individually written short story. And it was a pretty decent and respectable program that showcased, you know, like so many different actors and actresses. It showcased so many different directorial like debuts for people. Like it had this very broad scope, like which we honestly I think kind of needed in television at the time. I think the downside is like a lot of what we do now is just really polarized. Yeah, it did launch more than one career. Absolutely. Both of those television programs, the Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone, launched so many different careers.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
There we go.
Your vehicle has
I love it. Says for the Starlancer Max, crew of 1. That's bullshit. It is. It needs a lot more than one person. Way more. It is a pretty ship, though. Skeleton crew? This is not a ship that we should be running skeleton crew on. Now, at some point, At some point, I would like to actually... I don't know. I think this is nice. Just sort of being sort of more slow paced and intentional with everything in this game, instead of like having to run like you know, everything is on fire constantly. Might suggest hiring a PC crew. See what they say. I mean, that would be Galaxio, right? It is an amazing ship. Absolutely. You know, this was kind of like one of those goal ships that I had in mind. Okay, let's, we're gonna open this. This is where we got to start. I have a couple of minor complaints about it, but this is little things. Sandwiches, yeah, all of our stuff, our extra mags, everything's going into that crate. There we go. The store all's got it, everything. Okay, and all right, so we're gonna easy. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's down. All right, let's grab some cargo. Galaxio, how are you doing? Welcome on in. You're having a great Friday. I do like the Starlancer. I think ultimately I would like to get myself because this is the max. I would like to get myself the tactical as well, the Starlancer TAC. Misk, Argo, and Drake are some of my favorite ships. Just I like the more industrial feel of them. Like they're ships and craft that are built, and they feel like they're built for work. You know what I mean? Oh, no, that is a terrible idea because we have not gone in and grabbed a contract yet. Let's grab a contract first. See what we've got under. Okay, small scale, Laranite, Borase, no. We already did some mining. I collected some Borase. I made a decent buck off of it, but it wasn't like fantastic. It wasn't anything to just like write home about. Borase. The issue I've run into with the Borase is that it is very hard to grab large quantities of that. So let's go down to medical aid. Collect Molina mold treatment. Deliver 60 SCU. Okay, so 64 SCU of Molina mold treatment to Levski and 64 SCU of Molina ventilation filters. So we have to get, how about no? Tac is a great bunker buster. Left side door button is missing, broken, which annoys the shit out of me, but great with, yeah, I know, right? Like you've got a Fury hanger, so you can have like a nice little snub fighter in there. You throw in, you've got your built-in med bay, but then you throw in like a Lynx or something for ground vehicle, or a couple of like hover like the hover quads. I mean, it is nice, especially if you're rolling with a couple of friends. Like it's great for doing stuff like that. Collect manufacturing resource large scale. Wow, that is a lot, dude. Collect medical supply at 616. Oh, we're not doing that with a TAC or with a freaking with the max here. 256. Might be able to do that. Wow, that is a lot. Okay, 256, 135, and 296. This is all way too big for my blood. 170. Oh, that we can do. All right, we're going to Everest Harbor first. Let's grab it. Okay, here we go. Okay, I put that down. We don't need it down. We're going to Everest. We got ourselves. There we go. Deliver 176 SCU. We've got more than enough cargo space for that. I thought about putting my Nursa on here, but I'm like, you know what? I ain't too worried about it. No, excuse me. I would like to call the elevator, please. Give me my elevator, damn it. You son of a bitch. My blood isn't worth that much? Listen. My blood, sweat, and tears are worth way more than you give me credit for, Wolf said. A lot more. I really hope they get around to finishing some of the stuff for this, because I would love to be able to just walk in here and put all my food supplies in the galley where they belong. You know, that would be great. Ammo storage in the armory would be fantastic. You know, the little detail things. Or, you know, just actually give us a proper storage locker. Hey, listen. My blood is worth a lot more than you might think. I have a rare blood type. I have AB negative blood. My plasma is worth a lot of money, apparently. I did not even know that until last night. Whew, that got loud. Yeah, I didn't even realize that was a thing, but apparently it is. Okay, we're gonna do that. I am going to then do this. Oh, nope. That's terrible. Oh God, no. That is horrid. Who decided that was a good idea? I forgot this ship is really chonky, so it takes a little bit to zoom it out and... All right, I think that's actually good. We're gonna... All right, so if I do this, and it does that, but then I do this, okay, we're perfect. Good. Thank God. Whew. All right, so we're gonna head to Everest. Done. Let's go. Let's get ourselves sort of situated here. Everest Harbor. Okay. Good old Hurston Dynamics. All right. So let's go pick our supplies up. Nice and easy. Another space truck? Yep, pretty much. Only we're delivering medical supplies. By the way, for the record, well said, we are not taking any more cryopods when you're here. I don't need you trying to tell everybody that you're stealing the bodies and selling them off to the Reavers and infecting the Reavers, so you're collecting double bounty here. I'm not, listen, you go talk to your other suppliers. I don't want any part of this. I want no part of this, sir. I never talk to my suppliers. Well, maybe that's the problem. You yourself can't be a supplier or distributor of items if you are not talking to your suppliers, sir. Damn it. Okay, well that happened again. Fudge. Controls? Yes. Mouse, no. Joystick, HOTAS 1. Alright. Inversion settings. I would like my flight. Like movement. Flight, yeah. Yes. Thank you. Okay. There it is. Alright, we're good. We are officially good. My side hustle is cryopod contracts. Well, that's good for you, but we are not helping you with your side hustle. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if you know who is taking them. I'm not helping you with your side hustle anymore. It's not happening. No, sir. Not happening. You find somebody else to get you those cryopods, okay? Because it's not coming from me anymore. I shall not be part of this. No way, no how. And you can take that to your you know, you can take that to your customers and let them know that I'm out. I cannot, in good conscience. No, I don't want to cut. I want no part of it. Nothing. None of it. I don't want to cut. Nope. I want to be able to walk around and hold my head up high and be proud of the fact that I am not trying to sell off frozen human pops to those that would eat them. That's despicable. You're nasty. It's not happening. We're not doing it. So no, I don't want to. I'd never sell frozen human.
Oh, hell no.
Thanks, Slider. YouTube, thank you for being the normal ones in this conversation. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because Twitch is weird. I don't know if you noticed, but Twitch is weird. I don't care what it is. Why y'all gotta be weird about it? Why? Y'all making it uncomfortable for everybody else. Why you gotta do that? All right, so while we're heading this way, hold on. I gotta do something here really quick. No, that is wrong. Why are you? Wait, what? Oh, wait. I'm gonna have to change something afterwards on the back end. Something is off, and I can't figure out what it is. Okay. Can't grind frozen parts. They're defrosted for... That is disgusting. Y'all, what is wrong with y'all? This isn't... Listen. We are in civilized, high security space. Y'all want that, you go out to the outer... You go out to the outer rim, okay? Like, go... No. You go and do that stuff in Pyro. Not in Stanton, sir. Frozen thawed meat in the slicer make cheese. Love the fact that we've got a whole bunch of people ships just sitting here. That's mildly terrifying. While sitting in my gaming chair, Pyro doesn't buy my stuff. Well, you do realize we are in a high security system here, okay? Like, you can't be doing that kind of stuff, man. All right, weapons are working fine. That's good. Called neck compression. When laying down or recliner, everything's better. Standing, but PC. Yeah, it's like spine. It's the same thing. I have a problem with my lower spine, and I lose circulation in my legs because of spinal compression, because I have stenosis. So the lower third of my back, I have spinal stenosis. So that's actually why I'm standing right. Because yeah. My chair's getting replaced tomorrow. Thank God. Yeah, I'm actually I'm going with the Razer Isker V2X. I pick it up tomorrow. The Corsair, and the thing is, like, the Corsair T1 racing chair that I've been using for the better part of the 8 years that I've had it. Thousands of hours of use. It's starting to, like, slowly fall apart, and you know, it's been a good chair. When I first got this chair brand new, it was fantastic, but over the course of the last 2 years, it's gotten more and more painful to be in that chair. The cushion started, and especially since the seat has started to break down, it's become a real problem. That's getting resolved tomorrow as part of my birthday present. My birthday, for those of you, if you're new to the community, my birthday was just recent. It was on Wednesday. My partner is putting some money towards the new chair. I'm putting a little bit of money towards the new chair, and we're going to get it all sort of set up tomorrow. We're gonna go make the trip to London, hit Canada Computers, pick the chair up. We're also gonna go to Indigo Books while we're in the city. Just because bookstores are awesome. All right, so yeah, I spent some time, looked at a couple of chairs with good ratings, and decided that the Isker, if I can get 5 or 6 years out of it for the price point that it is, like, listen, as much as I would love to have like something from Embody or like Herman Miller, I don't have $3,000 to put into a fucking chair. Cervicogenic dizziness, yeah. Like that's the downside. I don't have the kind of money to put like $3,000 into a chair. I would love, like I've sat in some of these chairs, like the Embodies and the Herman Millers. They're beautiful and they are so comfortable, but my God, $3,000? Not in this economy. All right, so we've landed. Let's get ourselves a little bit of fuel. Let's get ourselves out of the... All right, let's go get ourselves set up here. I noticed that the UI hasn't really... I really need to do some work on this UI. So today and Monday are going to be pretty chill. They're going to be pretty relaxed. We're just going to continue on with some of the aid missions. Tuesday next week, for those of you who are new to the community and just joining us for the first time, Tuesdays are my reset day. I have a segment titled Coffee and Chrome. I focus on American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator 2, or possibly in the future, the upcoming Truck World Australia. And the reason for that is because how I cut my teeth on Twitch was with those simulators, with American Truck and Euro Truck Simulator 2, specifically Euro Truck. And that was in... It kind of allows us to sort of sit back, relax, just sort of cruise the open roads in either of those two simulators and just have really good solid conversation. And then that becomes sort of the focal point to reset for my following week, which then following that, so Wednesday we're going to start into jumping back into Arma Reforger, which is a mill sim, and taking a look at the Day Zero map mod, which has had some massive updates. We actually now have the custom map that the one developer, Boogie, has been working on for freaking almost the better part of a year. They finally were able to launch that map and put it up on the server. So we're going to be taking a look at that. Meal sim, I mean, listen. I'm not the one getting eaten, okay? I don't know what y'all mean about meal sim, but I'm definitely not the one getting eaten. That didn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence, the kaboom. Thankfully, that sounded like it was in the hangar next to us, so we're just going to stay here. We're going to keep our helmet on just in case. Because I don't want that smoke. I don't need that in my life. You know what I mean? All right. I like that. Meal sim. No, mill sim, not meal sim. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was a terrible landing. At first, I thought it was my ship. I'm grateful that it wasn't. Speaking of my ship, we're gonna move mine closer because reasons. I don't want to be hand bombing this stuff across great cargo distances, even though I've got the Atlas there. The Atlas is questionable some days, you know. I can drive fine. You stop telling these heinous lies to everybody. You just stop. I can drive, I can fly, everything is perfectly fine. Don't believe Wolf's Head, they're a troll. Honestly, Pastel, I hope you're able to find something like a chair that works comfortably within a decent price point for you. Sometimes I think that's got to be the hardest thing, right? Like finding something in a reasonable price point. All right, so like I said, we're moving this over. We're going to shift this. I find trolls I am set. Their muscles regenerate. He's talking about setting up a farm, chat. He's just going to keep cutting the damn leg off. He's going to have them chained. He's going to cut a leg off. You nasty, sir. No, by the way, you're the troll. I'm not saying we're hunting trolls. I'm saying you are the troll. All right, I think that's good. That should be fun.
Landing successful.
I hope so. Hag was harvesting ice trolls. That sounds disgusting, sir. Were you there to kill the hag and free the trolls, or were you there just to wipe the entire place out, scorched earth, scorched earth? You know what? No, we're not going to call the elevator. We're going to go down. Meat, leather, hearts. Was your party sent there for rescue, or were they sent there to just wipe the place off the map? Sir, were you abused severely as a child? I have questions. I have questions. My questions have questions. I feel like you should be investigated. Ever since started working out, more of this happened, but not surprised. It's issues related to this chair since the cylinder, died. Yeah. So it's been stuck at the lowest settings. Oof. Yeah, that's no bueno. Okay, maybe we are gonna do it this way. No, it's too inaccurate. I don't like the inaccuracy as much as I like the Atlas for larger stuff. It's just too goddamn inaccurate. Know what I mean? Okay. Maybe though. You know what? Nah, screw it. We'll use the Atlas. We're gonna use the Atlas. I was thinking, you know what? We'll just hand bomb this, but nah, screw it. We're gonna use the Atlas. We'll use it. As much of a pain in the ass this thing can be. So, tied between two chairs, trying to figure out which one. Honestly, I would look at the, I would actually look at reviews specifically tied to those chairs and, sort of determine which is probably going to be the best for you, you know? Sometimes that can be rough, but... Or... I know sometimes that's easier said than done too, right? So, especially with the rise of like freaking bot reviews and shit, so it makes it like way more complicated. GT Racer version, 30k positive views. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, the GT Racer seats are actually pretty solid. It is an actual automotive bucket seat that they use for their seats, so. Oh God, see, okay, so this is the one problem I have with the Atlas. It just kind of straight lines everything in. Right? Like there is zero chill. It's like, it forces its way in there. It literally just shoves itself in. Like, yeah, see, like that. It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna just, thusly causing damage to the ship. This one has pocket springs like a seat mat. Oh God. These aren't cryopods. These are medical supplies. These are medical supplies. These aren't cryopods. Medical supplies. Medicine. Medical supplies. Not cryopods. Need to fix that on the Atlas. Drugs to add to the meat. Get people at. Whoa, 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 whoa! Listen, listen. Not that kind of medical supply, sir. The hell, sir. I don't know if we're gonna actually be able to get all of this in there. We should be able to. Or, 6. I need 6. I need 6, Chad. We're not trying to get people addicted. I'm trying to save lives. You, sir, are trying to profit. That's disgusting. How dare you? How dare you try to profit from the pain of others? Are you sure you're not corporate America? You're not a corporate America, you know, freaking CEO? Does he kind of talk like one? I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, there we go. Jesus. The hell? Also, something else I found out, if you stand on the ledge, or the lip, by the way, of the ramp there, you will fall through the cargo deck to your death. Found that out the hard way. Trust me, it sucked. I do not recommend. 10 out of 10, don't recommend. Okay, one side's loaded. Jeez, that took a bit. And they're not your cryopods. You're a thief, sir. You're stealing people's family members for profit. You should be ashamed of yourself. Shamed. I thought you were better than that. They're my cryopods. The people are not paying rent. They owe me. No, they're not your cryopods. How? Where's your documentation? Where's your paperwork proving that they're your cryopods? Do you own the medical center, sir? I can assure you, you really don't. Not especially not in Levski. Levski is a cooperative. Okay, see what I mean though? Okay, let's see if we can get this loaded up in decent amount of time here. Give you large file filled with ID codes on the cryopods. And I'm not buying it, okay? I'm not buying it. Who do you take me for? My inventory. Listen, I don't think you can own cryopods in this. What? Wow, that is janky. We are damaging the hell out of the ship right now. This is rough, man. All right, let me see if I can hand bomb those up. Of course I am. Of course I can do that. Why? Because this has finesse. This is a freaking bulldozer in a China shop. The Atlas is a bulldozer in a China shop. Solid for moving around large things, but terrible for tight spaces. Actually, let's put that there. How many do I want? I want, what, 3? 4. I need 4. Okay, let's grab 4. Excuse me? How the fudge did that happen? Okay. Before we get ourselves in too deep here. Gonna go get ice cream? Well, you go enjoy your ice cream. There it is. There we go. Now we're getting some. Sometimes you just gotta slow it down. Take your time. You know, be a little more meticulous. Be willing to be patient. Nice. All right. Well, that's definitely filled. And we climb back in. We'll go grab some more. We're going to drag more around to the other side here, though. Yeah, I think it just, again, boils down to just using the tools available to us. To just complete the task at hand. The best of our abilities. In a decent amount of time. Without destroying ourselves in the process. Excuse me. Oh. Alright, you don't want to go there? You can go there then. Jeez. Pick. It's being picky, chat. It's just doing whatever it's doing for whatever purpose. It's just, you know. It's gonna be ignorant. Excuse me. So it won't let me stack with this, huh? That's freaking weird. That's a little disconcerting. On the one side, it won't let me stack anything. Like, it won't let me stack them on top of each other. Right. Okay, well, we got them over here. I'm gonna hand bomb them. We're gonna use the max lift because it just seems to be the safer option. Okay, there we go. There it is. So yeah, the Atlas is kind of like, you know, a sledgehammer when you need, like a finishing hammer, right? The Atlas is not meant for fine-tuning. It's just meant for throwing heavy things around. At least in its current state. Again, great utility machine, but if you want anything that has precision, this is not a precision tool. Absolutely not a precision tool. It still looks nice in the safety orange, but definitely not a precision tool. All right, I think I need 6 more, so we're gonna put 1. There's 2. Yeah, I think 6 will fill in that space, I think. Is that gonna be all of them? No. No. There'll still be 2 more. As long as I don't frickin' hockey puck these things around, it should be alright. Alright, that leaves us 2 more left on the... We'll put those in, we'll load those into the rear here, but I think this should actually take care of the rest of this. Okay, yeah, so far so good. Actually, you know what? No, we need those last 2 are going to fit in on the side. Nice, perfect. Hell yeah. Last 2. All right, we've only got 2 left. Perfect. Let's get those last 2 out of here and get them in over there. Then we'll get the Atlas loaded back in, and we'll take it from there. I also feel like our max lift should have the ability to have slightly better aim to at least see where you're pointing the damn thing. Like, it's kind of a hard guess as to where it's going, unless you're like right next to the item. All right, perfect. Nice. All right, let's get our Atlas back on the ship, and then we'll head for Levski. And thanks for coming in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out for the stream. We're keeping things pretty low key today with, you know, being back in the verse, a little more Star Citizen, working our way through, you know, a little bit of the, you know, the Chill Alliance raid, like the Alliance aid runs and everything, and honestly, I might have been able to fit all of that in. I feel. Holy crap. All right, that's done. Let's grab a granola bar. Give me my granola. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. And ahms. Holy crap. All right, up to engineering. We'll head back down into the cockpit. We'll get ourselves on the underway for Nix. We've already refueled, so we should be good. I mean, it is a Starlancer, so we've got a considerable amount of quantum fuel anyway. Excuse me. Thank y'all. And I feel like I've already got everything kind of dialed in for this ship anyway, so this is kind of a really nice place to be. Sheesh. All right. Should be good there. And we're heading to Nyx, so we're good there. Map. We need the Nyx gateway. Plot that. Man, that is... Oh, it's going to be ignorant about it. That's always enjoyable. Okay. I don't know why you're saying too close. We are definitely not too close to anything. Let's try this now. Next gateway. Wouldn't allow me to make a route because we were inside Everest, I guess. Which is like, okay, you know, I kind of understand that. You don't want anybody accidentally trying to jump from within a station. From a physics standpoint, that would actually be terrifying. That would be horrifying. There we go. We're on our way to Nyx. Let's go. Make a couple of credits. Sometimes I get concerned when I hear the weird background noises in the game, especially when we're in Quantum. Interesting. I need to change that. My birthday has already passed. My birthday was Wednesday, and the message is like, hey, did you know Dad's birthday is coming up fast? No, my birthday has already passed. Think this is a chair issue? I would probably and the thing is though is issues like that will start alleviating the more active you are and the longer that you've been active and the more your body starts to repair because of, you know, like workouts and stuff like that, the better overall that issue will take. It'll alleviate itself over time, but replacing the chair will also help with that, right? Like it'll offset your downtime because it'll help with some of the corrective measures with proper support and everything when you're sitting down and streaming. Okay, so this is gonna, yeah, we're about halfway there. This is gonna take a couple of moments, okay? One does not just jump instantly over to Nyx. See, there's an entire gateway system we got to travel through here. And by the way, this ship is not the most nimble. The Star Lantern Max, it's got some size. She's a little girthy. All right. They trust me. They have 5 in stock Audi. I don't have to reserve it. It'll be there. Because there has been the same amount in stock since I looked on Wednesday. So I think I'll be all right. Do you guys find it weird that I won't call and just reserve an item? Because in a lot of cases, here's the thing, a lot of shops here won't hold on to it. Once it's sold, it's sold. They won't hold it for you. Unless you're going to purchase it and just go in and pick it up, right? Which I won't do either. I'll roll those dice. No, I get it. I understand. No, I'll roll that D20. I roll those dice a lot for a lot of things. Very frequently. All right, so if I do okay, so the one thing I need to figure out I definitely need to figure out. That is trippy, by the way. God, that is so. Let's back out. Let's do, okay, so I'm going to set that as my 1. Nice. All right. I will work with that. That works. I like setting the camera angle. Sometimes you just gotta have a couple of different camera angles, right? Oh. Oh my God. So for those of you who are here and you guys were here over the course of the last couple of days while we were messing around with Forza Motorsport, what was everyone's what did you guys see and like about Motorsport? What didn't you like about Motorsport? Like, fill me in, let me know. Because, again, the jump into Forza Motorsport was, you guys know, I've spent quite a bit of time with racing simulators and racing titles as well. Being a variety streamer, kind of like sometimes things come across my desk that I get an opportunity to check out. And I know we've spent a lot of time recently with Star Citizen. I've recently spent a considerable amount of time with Armor Reforger and sort of a little bit more of that lived in sort of simulation universe and a lot of survival. So the one thing I actually noticed was it felt good to race again. It felt good to learn the mechanics and the physics of a racing title. And my personal feeling was the Forza Motorsport engine that Playground Games and Turn 10 created specific for Motorsport is what's being used for the upcoming Forza Horizon 6. So it's going to be one of those, Jesus, Audi, why you get, yo, what'd you do to deserve the chair today? Shit. You would have been better off getting hit with the cucumber. Just saying. That had to hurt. I hope your head don't hurt. So local I can get is 370 USD. I mean, it's Serta? That's not bad, dude. Serta's a good solid, like, they're a good brand. Serta's some quality, right? Check this card. All right, I'm gonna throw my throttle into the the neutral position here so we don't bounce into something quick. Oh, it's Office Depot. Man, there's a company I haven't heard of in a while. All right, that's nice. Hell yeah. That's actually not bad. That's a nice looking chair. Yeah, and the other thing is too is the one thing I came to realize is gaming chairs really aren't great for our bodies. That looks like more like a proper like solid office chair. All right. So that's always a win, right? Pardon me? Oh, that ship's dead. I don't know how or why, but at least the ship was kind enough to warn me. There's the jump point. I was like, where's my jump point? On the other side of the station. I don't need to be trucking through here at like 800 meters per second. It seems a little excessive, so we're going to cut that speed back a bit. Man, there's some really good salvage out here. Game rules. Game rules. Lots of... That's all clean salvage. A lot of game rules stuff out here. We can easily come out here with a vulture and just salvage the living ass out of everything out here. I feel like that's fair, right? That feels perfectly legitimate and fair to do. Come out here. You know, salvage rules. You left it. You parked your shit right in the middle of a goddamn transit lane. So whatever happens to it, you earned it. You lost your shit, boo-hoo. Cry me goddamn river. Don't leave it in... You don't leave your car parked in the middle of the freaking highway, do you? Don't leave it... Don't... Unless maybe you're one of those horrible human beings that doesn't bother putting your freaking shopping cart back in the cart return. Talk about the ultimate litmus test. All right, we're going to cut speed down to about 400 meters per second, I think. That should give us just enough time. I should get a vulture, then people would hate me. So here's the thing though. People wouldn't necessarily hate you. The issue you also have to be careful about while you're doing salvage is that in some cases, salvaging a ship, the salvage heads on the ships are classified as weapons, which means if somebody, say, got disconnected and they will be back, right, which does happen often in Star Citizen, you will gain a crime stat, and that means that you will not be able to sell off the processed material. Ooh, oh, hold on. Whoa. That leather strap got thrown out.
Oh my.
We have... There we go. Why do we have so many people camping the freaking entry point for the... I already did. Jump point open. Let's go. Freaking go, man. Still love the fact it's random, right? Oh. Okay, that was bad. God, I forgot how girthy this thing is. This is a hard ship to pilot through this, by the way. It's so big. It's chunky. It's too much. Listen, this is too much ship, okay? It's too big. And here I want to get a Karak. I want to get a Karak. I also want to get myself an Idris. Idris is way bigger than this. Idris requires a crew, though. That is a ship that requires a crew. There it is. Okay, we're good. Oof. There it is. Do you have any idea how many cryopods I can get off of one of those? Oh, you mean a Hull C? Hull Cs are a huge ass ship. They can haul like thousands of units of stuff. It's a lot. Did Are you effing kidding me? Chat, we got bounced the fuck out. Oh, you bitch. Looks like we're not the only ones. It looks like a lot of people ain't been getting bounced out.
Punk-ass Decepticon.
Yeah, getting bounced out does seem to be happening more often. I'm not really sure. Not really sure what the heck is going on with that. That is super freaking bizarre, though. Oh, shit. That... Sir. What is happening? This place is turning into a freaking graveyard, man. There's a jump gate. Okay. Yeah, last week was the very first time I ever had that happen where I got bounced out. I mean, it's nice to know that the jump can fail, but man, that is wild. It's been happening so frequently. Okay, well, at least the jump point's still detected, so we didn't lose the jump drive. Thank God for that. I mean, if I remember correctly, last week, because it was starting to happen so frequently, we ended up having to go through Pyro to get to Nyx. Like, that's how I ended up having to route it, because it was the only way to get a stable jump. I just find it really weird that it was like, it's been so good, and then now all of a sudden it's like, no, your jump point failed. You're 300 kilometers away from where you started. You burned all that fuel. You made it nowhere. The thing is, though, is I don't actually know if you get damaged or not when you get bounced out. I feel like you honestly, I feel like if you get bounced out of the jump, like out of that jump tunnel, out of that, like out of the wormhole, you should actually take damage. You absolutely 100% should take damage if you get bounced out. Think of just the high level energy that is coursing through this like through the tunnel, through the wormhole. That level of energy alone, even with like, and the thing is when you're in navigation mode, your shields are disabled. You have no shielding. So like that would be crazy, you know? Holy shit. Oh, just missed all of that by the skin of my damn teeth. Okay. Let's try this again. Only this time without falling out of the goddamn wormhole. Cosmic reason would you get bounced out? There are plenty of reasons. Like, if you think about it, you think about the amount of energy it would require to actually like send out that pulse, open up a breach in a wormhole system to actually be able to travel through to transit to another star system, right? At well beyond light speed, right? So we're talking like Wrinkle in Time style, you know, universal dynamics. If you bounced off, the amount of energy you would probably have just moving through this tunnel to bounce you into the side of it, that would probably in of itself disrupt the stability of the wormhole, you know what I mean? Like it would be a disruptive force. So it would actually probably cause a form of like, think of it like surfing, right? Where you watch the surfers and they get themselves into that zone where they're in the tube, right? Think of it like that. Flying through a wormhole like this seems very similar to surfing. And sometimes you get tagged by it crashes over you and it spits you out, right? But it doesn't spit you out where you think you should be spit out. Oh, you got a towel rolled up on the lower back? Yeah. I sometimes actually use, I've got one of those heating pads. March 5th or 9th. That's not bad. Not bad at all. You may cave and get wrecked. Oh, Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah, that... man, I don't know what it is. I used to, when I was younger, I loved fucking Resident Evil, right? I love that stuff. Now I'm like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what happened. Dude, I wanna mess around with Crimson Desert. That looks fun. Crimson Desert looks just like it has RPG like elements, but at its core it is an action game. Yeah, no, it's not traditional leveling. No, it is not a traditional leveling system, and the combat is actually pretty in depth. I've read some stuff regarding the combat system and that it is a little, some people that have already had an opportunity to try it out and get hands-on with it have stated that it's there's too much going on, but you know what? Like, listen, I'm here for it. Absolutely, let's go, you know, like fucking dry lips this time of year. I'll see. That thing's been tagged too. I figured we're out here. I want my systems up. Okay, that's a raft. That's an Argo raft. I don't have to worry about him. I don't have to worry about a raft coming for me. Oh boy. Oh. My back. I may have to shortly just grab a bit of a break and put the desk down and get myself seated a little more comfortably. Well, and the thing is I guess it depends on how much strain is actually being put on your spine the whole time too. Like, how much are you having to compress in, like, when you're in the seated position and everything, right? Like, and like seeing, and that's the thing for me, because I have the lower third of my back, I have spinal stenosis in the lower third. That's something I have to be careful of, because what I actually end up finding is everything from my waist down starts to feel cold, because it starts affecting the nerves. It also starts affecting my mobility. I get really stiff very easily, but it also affects blood flow. So that was the primary reason initially for getting the sit-stand desk that I'm currently using. But I've actually found since like November, the chair has actually been very painful to sit in. Unless I've got like something sitting across my lower back just to sort of, you know, push my hips forward just that extra little bit, and it's like, you know. My issue has also been, though, is because I've had to sleep with an orthopedic wedge on the bed because of the sleep apnea. And again, I haven't heard anything back from the fucking the sleep specialist regarding the vendors list for CPAP. I haven't gotten anything about the referral for the freaking sleep dentistry to get the mouth guard. None of it. But I need that stuff. Like, that's... My doctor's waiting for that stuff to come in too, because like he can't do anything without any of that information being provided to him either. So I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to have to freaking call them first thing Monday morning and find out what the hell is going on and where's all the stuff that I need so I can get this stuff, start working on getting this resolved. right? Because I need to have at least a year with the mouth guard and the CPAP before they'll even consider surgery. The CPAP and the mouth guard have to be done first. They will not even touch surgery as an option to fix the soft palate at the back of my throat, which doesn't make any sense. I think that honestly should be the first option provided, rather than having to spend, you know, the better part of $10,000 freaking dollars for a CPAP machine and a freaking mouth guard, you know? It's like, guys, like, why? But I understand it's all about, rather than fixing the problem, we just alleviate the symptoms. But why are we going to fix the issue? You know, why are we going to fix you? Even though you full well know that you can. And the worst part is the surgery for the obstructive sleep apnea that I'm talking about is classified as a plastic surgical option. It's classified as plastic surgery. So insurance companies won't even cover it. Again, I think it's kind of bullshit. It's like, the hell, man? Like, okay, I think I'm good. Let's double check here. I might be all right. Hope is here? Yes. Why do you have a problem with hope? There's nothing wrong with having hope. Without it, in most cases, we have nothing. Hope is here. Because this is a Levski station is a commune of effectively. It doesn't fall under the typical corporate structures. They don't deal with the man here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is written. You're absolutely correct. Hope is here. Levski Station is run by the people for the people. As Two Slider would put it, they're space communists. Resources are shared. They're not hoarded. But they don't want corporations sticking their grubby little mitts in the middle of everything either. No. No. That's disgusting. What the hell is wrong with you, sir? That's not ground pork he's talking about, Chad. It's human. It's Soylent Green. Don't fall for it. It's a trap. It doesn't matter. Don't donate it. That's disgusting. Why are you trying to turn people into cannibals? That doesn't count by Canadian standards. You can't call it pork if it's 51%. If it is not 100% actual pig, it is not pork. That is illegal, sir. What the frack? How do you know? Maybe the station is Canadian. Have you ever heard ATC for Levski? They sound like Canadians. They say A an awful lot. Maybe they are Canadians. You don't know. How dare you? How dare you assume that they're not Canadian? Listen, the dude who comes in sounds like the dude who's like, yeah, hey there, bud. I'll get myself like I'll get myself a triple. I'll get a honey glazed donut, and how about you throw in some crullers? Thanks, eh? Canada has very, very strict food and drug regulations. Like we're on par with Europe. And I'm speaking as somebody whose missus works in the pharmaceutical industry. You cannot, here's the thing, with food and medication here, you cannot make a claim that it cannot be 100% proven. You can't call something, so here, if it is beef, it has to be 100% beef. It cannot have filler. It cannot have any crap in it. It has to be 100% exactly what you say it is. With medications, like with the pharmaceutical industry, you can't even make a fluffy claim without peer-reviewed science-backed study that proves what you are saying. You can't even make a claim that your medication or your drug will do this, or this, or will work for this, or this. If it isn't 100% backed by like studies and it's been peer reviewed by multiple individuals, they won't even accept it. You can actually, a company here can be sued by the government for fucking making false claims. Sued by the government. Not by the individual, but by the government for making false fucking claims. Because you have no basis. Like, the regulations here will actually, even if you say, well, you know, like if you come to them with a study that, you know, say only one person is actually backed, it's still not enough. So say one person's like, yeah, all of these findings are substantiated, blah, 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 blah. If only one person says, yeah, it's still not enough. It's not good enough. It doesn't prove it. It needs to have, and these people have to be vetted. The people who do the peer review on studies for like certain foods and additives and drugs, like for medications, it is ridiculous how strict it is. I hear about this quite frequently. Again, like I said, my partner, she works for a pharmaceutical company. She works in marketing. So these are conversations that her department has to have with legal all the time. Because some people in the company in sales will try to make claims that they can't substantiate. Wait a second. Sorry, the doggo is being a bit of a dick again. Doggo is way too territorial sometimes for no reason. She is not the alpha. She is not the protector of this house. Trust me, the dog is not the most dangerous being in this abode. My main concern with some of these companies that like try to pass off that like they're like what is it? One of the toothpastes, one of the toothpaste companies, like there's some of all of the toothpaste companies lately are having problems where independent testing is showing high levels of arsenic and lead in toothpaste, specifically children's toothpaste. And some of these, like Tom's, which is supposed to be a healthy, you know, environmentally friendly, doesn't use any high, you know, crazy chemical counts, low fluoride, you know, because it's in, you know, high levels of lead and arsenic in it for kids' toothpastes. That's terrifying. But stuff like that, if it, like, standards here are so stupidly strict, it's not even funny, right? Example, in China, is found to be selling laced baby formula, was sentenced to death by Chinese courts for it. Which, fair enough, was deserved. Yeah, like, yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, it's, yeah, the crazy part is about the stuff coming from the Chinese market. They have no problem with poisoning the rest of the world, just don't poison your own people. It's just like, Jesus. Hi, John. Picked up. Oh, your sister's dog from the groomer's? Nice. Discovering those problems are good. It means in the long run, Canada will survive better than the US. But the thing is, though, is these are products that are being found in the US, but they're still being sold on shelves. Whereas if a product was found to have levels like that, like of arsenic and lead, they would instantly be pulled. The company would be told, you do not get to recover from this. You're getting fucked. Replace the products. Everything is being pulled at your cost. The cost cannot be passed down to the consumer because you fucked up. Which is also part of the reason why we sometimes economically have a bit of a problem here, because companies will still find a way to nickel and dime the living shit out of us and tell us that, you know, that we as a consumer have to cover their costs for fucking up, which, quite frankly, I think is bullshit. If some executive made a freaking choice that poisoned tens of thousands of people and then they get sued for it, how is that my fucking fault? And why should I be paying for that? Because somebody's not going to get their bonus. I didn't poison those people. I didn't make that choice. I didn't think it would be all right. And yet it's still allowed to happen. All because profitability comes before everything and anything. Money is the ultimate, is the god, right? No, I agree. How's it tested in Canada? Every product that is used by a human being is tested heavily. It's lab tested. The process here to get anything put onto the market, especially from medication, is incredibly strict. And that's the thing. Like I said, like I've been saying, my partner works for a pharmaceutical company. The regulations are ridiculous. For like, you know how FDA approval is sometimes for some products is pretty quick. So if a product can be brought to market in the US in a year, it will take about 5 years for that product to pass all vetting and testing up here, all the peer-reviewed studies, before it will be ever allowed to be used by a human being from a medication standpoint. So if we're talking strictly just pharmaceuticals. In most cases, it takes triple the time. The regulations here are European strict for food and like food, health, anything we use on our skin, our hair. Not only did the store get fined, me personally for selling it got fined. Yeah. It used to be the same way up here. For a lot of that stuff too. Hey, finally got it out. Nice. All right, let's... Yeah, it's I don't know, it's pretty insane. So it's funny when like you hear American farmers bitch about how we won't allow their products in Canada and everything else. That's not entirely true. It's just a lot of their products don't meet our standards. That's the problem. So like for dairy and cheese, if it doesn't meet our standards, it can't be sold here. So it's not that we don't want a competitive market for our farmers. In fact, quite the opposite. But what we want is it has to meet or exceed our standards. Yeah. Listen, he ain't winning any prizes anymore, that's for damn sure. He's also proved he's a bit of a puppet. Like, let's be honest, he's definitely proved he's a bit of a puppet, unfortunately. Why won't you go where I want you to go? Alright, fine. Just go there then. God damn it, Bobby. Well, that's what happens when you're a corporate shill, right? You found out eventually. That yeah. He decided to import beef from Argentina. Exactly. He's gonna help out his you know, his regime friends in South America, because, you know, why not? He doesn't. The funny thing is, everybody bought into this lie that he was going to help the common man in the local markets and everything. He doesn't give a fuck about any of them. He doesn't give a rat's ass about the Montana fucking beef rancher. He doesn't give a fuck about the Texas oil worker. He does not actually give a rat's ass. You know why? He only cared long enough to get a vote, but y'all don't have money, so he don't give a fuck. Doesn't give a rat's ass because y'all don't have millions and billions of dollars. You don't have billions, so you don't give a shit. Doesn't care. It's about as honest as one can be. He doesn't even pretend to give a shit anymore. The mask is off. The veil has been lifted. It don't matter no more. He does not give a rat's ass. Maddox Slime, hello. How are you? Well, the thing is though, if you are a member of the Discord server, I would actually highly recommend you go down into the videos channel. There's something that I posted there yesterday. Watch that before you make claims of anybody being a fascist. You have to truly understand what fascism really is before you we throw that word around way too much. And again, I'm not standing up or sticking up for anybody, but I am saying educating oneself in the actual proper terminology and what it really truly means is important. And we tend to throw that word around a lot. And I think the problem is we've forgotten what it actually means and how you get to that point. There is a lot more nuance to it than just, you know, it's far more nuanced than that, unfortunately. And I think we're so quick to just, you know, grab onto some of this stuff too. But again, a lot of that comes from, you know, like everything is about shock and awe and, you know, clickbait titles and sales. And it doesn't matter what side you're on or what your beliefs are, or your ideology. There is always somebody out there who's going to be able to earn a living from selling you a story that is catered to you with just the right amount of psychology thrown in. You around here getting my first PC next month, going straight to this game? Well, welcome on in. Welcome on in. If this is the title that you're choosing to throw yourself into when you get your PC, welcome into the verse. Be prepared. It has a learning curve. There are a lot of systems. It is an open sandbox universe that if you want to be a pirate, you can be a pirate. You want to be, you know, you want to mine big old chonky space rocks. You want to be a space trucker. You want to do bounty hunting. All of that is possible. And the game will not hold your hand for it. It'll just kind of like throw you into it and just like, hey, you know, this is what you're doing. Good luck, right? I would recommend the tutorial, but I'll be honest, the tutorial in this kind of sucks. It's kind of bad. The tutorial ain't great. I wish I had better news for you on that. Coming from No Man's Sky. Okay, so No Man's Sky is a great game. On PC, phenomenal. Believe me, there's a lot more nuance going on with this one than No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is great though. If and when you can, get comfortable with mouse and keyboard control scheme for flying ships. It can take a lot. Each ship operates completely differently. The one thing I like about No Man's Sky is you can have like different ships that look completely different from everything else, but the controls are pretty much across the board very similar. Flight mechanics, the physics, all very similar. We cannot say that about this. This is definitely much more of a sim. Star Citizen is often referred to as a space life simulator. And there's a lot of accuracy with that. It is definitely much more of a simulator than other space games. Even more so than I would think Elite Dangerous is. Which is crazy because I have like well over 1,000 hours in Elite Dangerous, but I would highly suggest when you do finally get into this, start small. Don't be afraid to experiment with a couple of things, right? Like start a couple of courier jobs, right? Start with a smaller ship, get used to the physics and how everything functions and how everything works together, right? Don't get don't get too wrapped up in trying to get like super serious about it right off the hop. Take your time, learn the systems, right? Figure out where things are. The community, the Star Citizen community is actually really good, very helpful. There are just as many sketchy ass humans out there though too. There are people who will put out like a call for help, and it'll be a trap. They're just waiting for, you know, some unsuspecting new player to come in with their shiny ass ship, right, to help out. Trying to get those hero points, and then you get jumped by somebody who's basically sitting there with their crew 8 boys waiting for you, you know, so they can just like, so they can basically mug you and just take all your shit. Get good at mining and salvage, small commodity trading, like it all adds up in time. Bounty hunting is actually pretty lucrative. So are some of the smaller security contracts that you can take. The one thing for myself, I tend to play this from a very lawful good kind of side. I don't do anything that's illegal. I don't break the local system rules or laws. Even though a lot of people tend to, I know that there are a considerable amount of people that do. I'm one of those people. I'm like, nah, man. I'm a good tax-paying, law-abiding citizen. I'm just here to do my space trucking, you know, haul some medical supplies, eat some goddamn hot dogs, you know, drink a beer every once in a while, kiss my wife, pet my dog. You know, that's the kind of human being, the kind of player I am. And I mean, that's the thing. Some people love the piracy gig. But you spend a lot of time in and out of prison. In prison, I'm going to tell you, Glacier, it sucks. It sucks. It's fucking terrible. It is not a fun place to be. The times I have ended up there have been accidental, usually because somebody else, or someone else's, plural, do something that get me in trouble because I'm flying the goddamn ship. Don't shoot UEE Navy ships. Bad shit happens. You can troll me about those cryopods all you want. As you can see, there isn't a single cryopod here. I am hauling medical supplies. Why? Because I can. But yeah, Maddox Slime, welcome on in. Hopefully you have an amazing time when you join us in the verse and Star Citizen. There are a lot of good people in this community. Basic controls. I mean, I can explain some of the basic controls. It's pretty straight. See, now here's the thing. For me though, I don't like on foot. I'm using, as you guys can see, I'm using like mouse and keyboard on foot. For flight though, I use flight gear. I have flight equipment. These are not opioids. How do you know they're not bandages, sir? Huh? That's not the right. God damn it. Well, that lost effect real quick. Shit on a stick. That's the wrong way too. Jesus Christ. Camera's just off all over the place today. God damn it. God damn it, Bobby. I know, you gotta poke. He's gotta poke. You are incapable of not poking. As for the basic controls, your F key is basically the magic one, right? Brings up your mouse, allows you to do all the things, touch the buttons, all of the things. Your flight, if you're used to like playing a flight simulator of any kind, right? W is forward, S is reverse, A and D are your left and right. How much is it for flight controls? Depending on what you're looking at, it can range anywhere from $150 up. Like I have individual components. So like the flight stick that I use, it is a VKB. It's the NXT Evo. It is a space style flight stick. The flight stick itself, is $300 just for the stick. Now I've had this thing for years though, and it is fully repairable. I can buy parts to fix it if something happens. It is very high tier. I love it. Highly recommend. You can start anywhere from $150, and I know people that have got like they've got full space combat sim cockpits that range in the tens of thousands of dollars. Absurd. Oh. Got it. Like, it's roll up the rim at Tim Hortons, so win the vehicle. Do we want the electric van though? I don't know. Actually, yeah, because we'll turn it into an electric surf. We'll put like the roof racks on the top. Yeah, I know. It's kind of hideous. That yellow's kind of ugly. The Volkswagen yellow is terrible. They really did. They really did. We'll take a free vehicle. Oh, listen, I'll take an ID for it. I don't care. It is hideous, though. No idea where what is in there. Have to scan them to be sure, but have to steal them. You are not stealing these supplies. We are providing aid during a freaking epidemic here, sir. That is like stealing food from homeless people. Shameful. So your Q and E allow you to do your role. WASD work exactly how you would expect. Your W is, well, okay. W is forward. S is reverse. Your A and D are your left and right, or port and starboard. Your control key is your down. Your space bar is up, so like jump, right? Like if I press space in first person, I jump. But if I'm in my ship, it's up, right? Your ascend and descend. Shift is your boost. So just like if you're walking around, right? You press shift, you run. Again, like I said, the controls, take your time. As much as I rag on the tutorial, the flight tutorial is actually really handy to go through. It's not the best tutorial I've ever experienced in an online game, but the flight one is actually pretty decent. It really does kind of explain how things function pretty well. Spend time. There are a lot of really good beginner tutorial videos on YouTube. I do highly recommend that you just take a little bit of time, like search some of that stuff out. Quick Google search for Star Citizen beginners should actually bring up like any variety of different videos. Right now, I'm just moving some supplies here, the medical supplies off the ship, and bringing them up over here so I can get paid for this delivery. All right, and there we go. You do have to drink and eat. Antibiotics are worth a lot to the right people. I mean, that's fair. H is, well, in my case, H is holster. No, I don't want that. I'm gonna go. Thank you. Camera's being a little weird right now, though. 44. There we go. Let's go. Oh my God, did they fix this stuff? Please tell me they fixed it. Give me my money, man. Give me my money. That's all I ask. How do I have 70 freaking cryopods in here? Hi, T-Vale. By the way, this is the end of the month for me, because I won't be back until Monday because I don't stream weekends. So. Oh, you mother fluffer. You know what? Other than the money required to fuel and repair the ship, we're not out money. That didn't cost me anything. You mother trucker. I'm going to give it a moment because sometimes this stuff will... Oh. Submit. Yeah, we finally got paid for it. Holy crap, they fixed it. Oh, hallelujah. Thank God. Yes. Finally. No. 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 Don't you tell me what to do. Don't you dare come in here. Cryopods now. No. Nani? You figure these outlaws would have the decency to not interfere with the relief efforts, but unfortunately we've gotten word that an Alliance convoy is under attack. I think we need to do some of those. Alliance ship, put together a fleet of your own, deploy to a wreck site in the Glacium Ring as soon as possible. With any luck, may be able to right this wrong before it's too late. I am not hauling those cryopods. Oh, this is a cryopod mission right here. I'm not hauling those. You're not taking them. You can't freaking make them. Collect Molina mold samples from Levski. 296 SU. Oh my God. Do you have a smaller one of that? Escort needed. Citizens for Prosperity need a combat experienced pilot to provide extra support to an Alliance aid pilot who is making a vital trip from an asteroid mining base for the ongoing relief effort. Outlaws have been launching more attacks thanks to the increased activity brought in by the Molina mold outbreak. So it'll be your job to make sure that they stay safe while they're completing their work. This route is relatively safe, so I'm not expecting too much trouble, but it's better to not take the risk. If you're interested, you'll rendezvous there and await further instructions. That's only 25,000, man. 25K for a freaking escort? Thwart cargo jacking, yes. Has a ship vital to the relief effort leaving from an asteroid mining base. So the problem is every time we've tried to do one of these is it's just, it hasn't worked. Supply thief. Okay. Issued once. Contract is non-negotiable. This is Eckert. Speaking of which, how's our reputation doing? Art Corp, Bounty Hunters Guild. Civilian Defense Force. I still got to keep working on the CDF. Kovalex, Headhunters. I mean, I'm doing all right with Kovalex. I should be working on my Civilian Defense Force stuff too, but Headhunters, these guys, at least I'm not hostile. Well, I'm kind of hostile with them because these guys are a bunch of pirates and thieves. So, you know how I feel. Listen, you guys already know. I've expressed how disappointed pirates and thieves make me. Okay, let's get ourselves back into the rig here. Headhunters, they're a faction, not a company. They're a faction. Yeah, good old factions, man. Okay, so for those of you who are new and you're just joining us, welcome on in. I'm your host, Scott, the Sea Arcade. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. We're messing around right now with the Starlancer Max for today, just doing the damn competitors. Yeah, and there's thousands of them. So, you know, good luck with that. You thought you were the only game in town, Wolf said? All right. Cargo hatch is closed. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to manually run my ass up into see what's going on here, because that door closed. What the frack is happening back there then? All right, hold on. Beep beep. Something back here is not right. All right, who cut power to my cargo bay? That's at least okay. At least that's working. That. All right, we'll have to figure out what's going on with the elevators and why they're not functional. We're gonna head up into engineering then. I'm gonna have to do this the old school way. Thank God for freaking ladders and Jeffrey tubes. Okay. How about you? Are you working? Sure not. All right, let's check the engineering panel. All right, let's check our terminal here. What do we got? Elevator. Do we have any emergencies? I don't. Okay. Cargo bay. Okay, everything's good there. Life support. All the life support stuff's functional. Strange. Everything's on. What the frack, man? That is so bizarre. All right, let's just verify power here then. Okay, yeah. We're gonna drop the coolers down though. Oh, I can't. It won't let me drop them down from high allocation. Really? How about now? Okay, we're gonna turn life support on. We're gonna turn that off. Turn that off, on. That off, on. Guns off and on. So, why will it not allow me to change? Huh. Looks like... Ooh, new security cameras have arrived. Time to watch. Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, hell no!
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I can assure you that is not the screw from a diesel-powered submarine. That will be the field generator. That will be the magnetic field generator to maintain the fusion reaction. I don't see anything that reminds me of an old diesel sub. But trust me, I'm looking at this, I'm like, nope. Definitely not. I don't remember it being lit red. Just picked up the Bobcat DLC for ATS and ETS2 via the bundles. Oh, nice. That's cool. I'm glad that it finally released. I saw that it released yesterday. Okay, so hold on. All right, fine, whatever. Oh, god damn it. I gotta go down. I gotta grab food and beverage. Why? Excuse me. Why are you not taking? Sir, take your helmet off. What is happening? Oh my god. Ah, shit. No, don't put the... I hit the wrong buttons. Design, yeah, not components, design appearance. I don't know, man. That didn't, that's not the vibe I was getting from it. You know, hey. I'm gonna split one of those off. Give me my sandwich. All right, we'll get some noms into us here. All right, well, that takes care of the food situation. Now let's take care of the beverage situation. That hydration being down around 40% is not great. I'll take that. Also going to do this. God damn it. All right, never mind. Okay, note to self, stop walking when putting helmet back on. I don't know what's wrong with the elevator, but at least we've got the ladder through the tube here, so thank God for that. And this one doesn't seem to be working either, so I don't know. The Starlancer is not a perfect ship. Porous deck plates? Doesn't appear to be. Doesn't appear to be porous. It does appear to be pitted and rubberized, though.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, and we're just gonna exit nice and slow like. You're up. No, don't friggin' jump out of there too quickly. All right. I am not full speeding ahead out of there. Cargo bay in a bottle. Oh, in the bottle? A lot of ventilation, medical supplies. So the issue is, I think we've had a couple of bodies come ripping through here at high speed and ended up doing terrible things to their ships because they weren't paying attention. Which, I mean, again, fair, but, you know.
Caution. Front collision.
Pardon me? Broken cargo crates because somebody crashed into something.
Front collision.
I would like to go back to Stanton, please. So we want the Stanton Gateway. Pardonnez-moi.
Shields off.
There it is. All right, we're still too close to Levski to hit the quantum, so we got to get ourselves out here a bit, I guess. There is no way I am too close now. Not a chance, sir. What is happening here with the... Okay, we're gonna put shields back up. We're gonna whip this thing around a little bit. How far? I would say I'm actually a pretty decent clip away from... Too close, huh? Not really sure how it figures I'm too close, but okay. Sure, I suppose. Is it trying to say that I'm like... Already selected, yeah. Let's just... Stanton Gateway. How in the actual F... Okay, so what now? I feel like the server's about to dunk out on us. I have a feeling that's what's about to happen here. That's what it feels like. It feels like the server is about to just take a big old dump. Yeah, I think the server might be dumping out here. Because ultimately, I'm pointed in the right direction. We have the fuel. Hold on. That's Nyx. That's the pyro. Okay, well, if that's what I had to do, I'm all right with that. Levski. Stanton. Interesting. I had to jump in the opposite direction. What in the actual hell? Holy crap. I got a coffee here that I'm going to start drinking because it's a hot coffee. And I love me a hot beverage. All right. Now that we're actually functionally on the right track here. Okay, so hold on. Wait for it. Okay, so I'm gonna move the camera around a little bit here, I think. All right, let's see if this works. Yep. That is a beautiful view. Look at that. All right, so for those of you who haven't seen this, hope you like pretty shiny things in space games because we're about to show you the jump point. We're gonna head back to the Stanton system. There's the jump point. All right, that's... I think we'll do about half throttle through. All right, so those are stationary guns. Those are the stationary guns, yeah. Those are the defense turrets for the jump point, so don't have to worry about anything. The jump rings from... by the way, the animated Cowboy... I fucking love Cowboy Bebop. My God, that was such a fun... Yes, please. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As I nice and neatly avoid real life role-playing game recorded and animated. What, Cowboy Bebop? What was the game that they based it off of? So, speaking of American Truck and Euro Truck, if you are into either of the trucking simulators, Tuesday is your day to be here. I have a constant segment every Tuesday. That is what I use as my reset for the week. I call it Coffee and Chrome. It's when I take it upon myself to, you know, play either American Truck or Euro Truck Simulator 2, or possibly, depending on how things go with it, the upcoming Truck World Australia. Okay, let's hope that I don't. Oh, okay, that looked bad. Shit. That is a raft in front of us. Oh my god! All right, time to get some serious. Let me get my shit together here and actually fly this bird. Rather than, I feel like I'm surfing right now. I feel like I'm surfing. Holy crap. The ship sounds like it's falling apart. I'm a little paranoid about it. The ship actually sounds like it's falling friggin' apart. I see the end. I can see clearly now the rain has gone. Where we're supposed to be. Perfect. Beautiful. God damn. I would like to go back to New Babbage, please. I'm like, nah. We're going to New Babbage, chat. Okay, you know what? If I can just get us to Hurston, or not Hurston, Microtech, everything will be good from there. All right, so. All right, chat. Thought you did surfing yesterday. No, that was racing. That's totally different. Racing is what we did yesterday. Surfing is what I was just doing through the butthole there, the universal butthole. That was surfing. You're welcome for that mental image, by the way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why in the fuck? All right, we're just gonna jump to Microtech then. No, why? Oh my. Why is the navigation system so messed up right now? That is, wow, that is rough. I have more than enough fuel. It's definitely not a fuel issue. Oh, it's because the station's in front of me. We gotta get by the next gateway station before I can plot a course. Because what it's trying to do right now is it's actually trying to plot the course through the station, which you cannot do. You cannot navigate through a physical body in space. You're welcome, John. I hope you're having a good Friday. Okay, well. Shit. Okay, so if we go there, we go there, and we go there. Okay, we're good. Perfect. I'm trying to get my cameras to set up properly for this, so. mildly ethereal sounding. Characters come in from the same source. In Cowboy Bebop, the characters do not come from the same source. I mean, that's fair. All right, so I should now be able to do new Babbage. What? Come on. They fixed one thing and they broke something else. This is real. Oh, Star Citizen, you crazy. You crazy. You so crazy. When it comes to making characters, well, I'd be a shock to you because I random roll everything. I don't have a preference. I random roll the shit out of everything. I try to make, like, with character creators, I try to sort of make them a facsimile of what I physically look like, but when it comes to, like, design elements or, like, armor or anything, it's just random. I will just wear whatever. I don't give a rat's ass. If it works, it works. I don't care. Stat-wise, I roll everything. I random roll the shit out of all of it. Because I frankly don't care. I don't have a preference. Yeah, lawful good. Yeah, and Star Citizen. But I mean, like, the thing is, though, is like, the characters do not come from the same source. You mean all of the characters are different? Like Spike in, you know, in all of them, they're all completely different characters. And they're all different sides of the spectrum. Thing is about Spike, though, Spike got a conscience. I mean, some games I'll just be, I'll tell you, like, quite honestly, there are games where I will just burn everything in front of me. I don't care. Good, bad, evil, don't give a shit. You're in my way, I'll burn you. I'll burn you so bad your mama will never recognize you. I'll burn you so bad they won't even be able to identify you by dental records. And then some games I'll be, you know, lawful good. Some games I'll play chaotic neutral. Because I actually don't have a preference. It's the same reason, like, when I did Cyberpunk 2077, I did 3 different playthroughs. I played each of the, I did the Street Kid, I did the Corpo, I did the Nomad, right? Yeah, Cybernetic X-Cop, Marion Gangster, right? Tech Genius Kid, Pre-Space Tech Gambler. Well, no, but the thing is, though, is you're right. And there's nothing wrong with that, though. I think that makes it more genuine. And I think the downside is, though, is because each of those characters within, you know, within like that whole space cowboy bounty hunter kind of theme, I think that's why it's a cult classic, but I think that's part of the reason why it also is not super popular with some people too. So the thing that makes it good in its niche is also the thing that people dislike about it the most. No, we're talking about Cowboy Bebop, right? Yeah, but the thing is, though, is you say that you know that is how you know that Cowboy Bebop came from a paper and pencil RPG, but can you prove it? Knowing it and actually having the creator of Cowboy Bebop say, yes, this is exactly how, are two totally different things. What you're doing is you're speculating. You don't actually know because nobody has openly stated, yes, this is how these were created. It is speculation. It is at that point. So you might feel as though you know it, but there's no real proof behind it. Right? That's the other thing too. But here's the thing though. So Cowboy Bebop, Watanabe's desire was to create a cool cinematic story, heavily influenced by the 1940s to 60s American cinema, jazz blues music, and martial arts. But Watanabe, actually, Spike's main character was Lupin. It blends film noir, westerns, and sci-fi, specifically Blade Runner, into a unique genre-bending episodic sauce space western, often cited as a space jazz aesthetic. This is directly from Shinichiro Watanabe himself, right? The guy who turned out to be a wolf. Listen, we're not talking about that kind of Lupin. Yep. 1998 to 1999, right? Created and animated by Sunrise, it was led by a production team of director Shinichiro Watanabe, screenwriter Keiko Nobumoto, character designer Toshiro Kawamoto, mechanical designer Kimitoshi Yamane, and composer Yoko Kanno. Oh, Yoko Kanno does such great things. Who are collectively billed as Hajime Yatate. The series, which ran for 26 episodes, dubbed sessions, is set in the year 2071. Follows the lives of traveling bounty hunter crew aboard the spaceship the Bebop. Although it incorporates a wide variety of genres, the series draws most heavily from science fiction, western, and noir films. It explores themes such as existential boredom, loneliness, and the inability to escape one's past. Cowboy Bebop was a critical and commercial success both in Japanese and international markets, most notably in the United States, and has been widely hailed as the best animated series of all time. It garnered several major anime and science fiction awards and received acclaim from critics and audiences for its style, character, story, voice acting, animation, and soundtrack. The English dub was particularly lauded and is regarded as one of the best anime English dubs. Credited with helping to introduce anime to a new wave of Western viewers in the early 2000s, Cowboy Bebop has also been called a gateway series. There you go. It's a gateway drug. Shinichiro Watanabe created a special tagline for the series to promote it during its original presentation, calling it a new genre unto itself. The line was inserted before and after commercial breaks during its Japanese and U.S. broadcast. Later, Watanabe called the phrase an exaggeration. The show is a hybrid of multiple genres, most notably westerns, noirs, and pulp fiction. One reviewer described it as a space opera meets noir, meets comedy, meets cyberpunk. It has also been called a genre-busting space western. The musical style was emphasized in many of the episode titles. Multiple philosophical themes were explored throughout the series using characters including existentialism, existential boredom, and loneliness, and the effects of the past. Other concepts referenced inside included environmentalism, and capitalism. The series makes specific references or pastiches multiple films, including the works of John Woo and Bruce Lee, Midnight Run, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and Alien. Additionally, the series incorporates extensive references and elements from science fiction, bearing along strong similarities to the cyberpunk fiction of William Gibson. Several planets and space stations in the series are made in Earth's image. The streets of celestial objects such as Ganymede resemble a modern port city, while Mars features shopping malls, theme parks, casinos, and cities. This setting has been described as 1 part Chinese diaspora and 2 parts Wild West. So it was created by the animation studio Sunrise and Hajime Yatate, the well-known pseudonym for the collective contributions of Sunrise's animation staff. The leader of the series' creative team was director Shinichiro Watanabe, most notable at the time for directing Macross Plus and Mobile Suit Gundam 0083 Stardust Memory. Other leading members of Sunrise's creative team were screenwriter Keiko Nobumoto, character designer Toshiro Kawamoto, and so on and so forth, right? And then you've got like Yoshiyuki Takai and Masahiko Minami. Most of them previously worked together in addition to having credits on other popular anime titles. Nobumoto had scripted Macross Plus, Kawamoto had designed the characters for Gundam, and Kano had composed the music for Macross Plus and The Vision of Escaflowne. Yamane had not worked with Watanabe yet, but his credits in anime include Bubblegum Crisis, which I fucking love that series, and The Vision of Escaflowne. I love Escaflowne. It was great. So the concept was Watanabe's first project as a solo director, as he had been co-director in his previous works. His original concept was for a film. During production, he treated each episode as a miniature movie. His main inspiration for Cowboy Bebop was the first series of the anime Lupin 3, a crime drama focusing on the exploits of the series' titular character. When developing the series story, Watanabe began by creating the characters first. He explained, "The first image that occurred to me was one of Spike, and from there, I tried to build a story around him, trying to make him cool." While the original dialogue of the series avoided any profanities, its level of sophistication was made appropriate to adults in a criminal environment. Watanabe described Cowboy Bebop as 80% serious story and 20% humorous touch. The comical episodes were harder for the team to write than the serious ones. And though several events in them seemed random, they were carefully planned in advance. Watanabe conceived the series ending early on, and each episode involving Spike and Vicious was meant to foreshadow their final confrontation. Some of the staff were unhappy about this approach, as a continuation of the series would be difficult. While he considered altering the ending, he eventually settled with his original idea. The reason for the ending was that Watanabe did not want the series to become like Star Trek, with him being tied to doing it for years. So it was supposed to be a one-off. It was never meant to be a long-term. It was never meant to be anything like long-term. Well, honestly, I think that's great, right? I prefer Mandari Spanglish. I'll give you Spanglish, sir. Mandari Spanglish. Anyway, there you go. Yeah. Cowboy Bebop. Interesting. I never really actually considered that, though. Like, I understand how it might seem like they were pen and paper, but the thing is, though, is you can always, I think what ends up happening is you get so used to playing these pen and paper variety of different RPG systems that sometimes you see similarities in books and movies and television programs and stuff like that, and it's not necessarily like from that, right? because it feels like it would be a system, but it's not. Sometimes it's just some people are just creative as fuck, right? And they want characters that play off each other and are complete opposites. They don't want them all to be, you know, similarly aligned, and it's not like I don't get it. My nerder, oh, I know you're no Slider, I know your nerdery runs deep. I'm aware. Oh, super aware. I'm just a hybrid extrovert. Hybrid? You're a hybrid? Sounds like a plant. Wouldn't surprise me. Level of planning you described seems like level planning for B5. Well, and that's the thing though, is the one thing I actually credit a lot of anime series for is being incredibly meticulous. Mr. Garibaldi. Man, I love me some Londo, man. Malari is probably one of the best characters ever. But that's the thing is, like, especially with the older anime series, it was not uncommon to have that level of depth and thought put into character development. Oh, Babylon 5 was phenomenal. The downside is, like, Babylon 5 itself is storytelling, I think would still hold up on a modern screen. Unfortunately, the visuals not so much, right? I don't think the visuals would hold up, right? But the thing is, though, is he even says, like, the character concepts came from one person. They all came from one source. Like, in reading this, the characters came from one source. But I think what it was is it was supposed to have that film noir vibe. It was supposed to be like a space western, right? No, I get it. I understand, but okay, landing gears down. Oh my god. Oh, 1 second, please. Let's make sure we're over the hole properly. Gotta aim for the hole, Hawkeye.
Nicely done.
All right, we're in the landing zone. Well, and the one thing is, again, like, I am never surprised by the level of creativity of some people. Like, their brain just works at a different level, right? Like, they're just on a completely different level altogether. My elevators are still broken. Different wiring, literally. Yeah, exactly, literally. Like, the way my brain is wired is completely different than the way Slider's is, or yours, Wolf's Head, right? Like, we're all wired completely different. Absolutely. That is legitimately a thing. If someone had all three of us do brain scans, our brains would all look completely different from one another. So we're all wired different, right? All right, here we go. At least the rear elevators seem to be working better this time, so that's good. Oh, wrong way. Jesus. I need a golf cart down here, guys. This is ridiculous. Look at this. This is... I legit need a golf cart to get around my ship.
Welcome to the
Okay, we're gonna put this away for the night.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage.
Please visit us
Our
again.
storage facility. Yes, it has, because the ship is going goodbye. The ship is going bye-bye. Also, put that thing away. Also, there's a ship. Listen, don't you talk dirty to me. Don't you whisper those sweet nothings in my ear, sir. Don't you dare. Don't you do that. Oh, that is the wrong one. Want to be turning that up too loud. That might get that might wreck some people's ears if that kicked in too loud. Jesus. That'd ruin somebody's night, I'll tell you that. With that being said, oh, wow, my camera is fucking... Wow, that is bad. Holy shit, let me fix that. There we go. Hi. Good chat. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go and get some doggies out. I'm meeting up with Frightful Mage for dinner with the Miss and I are going to meet up with Frightful for dinner tonight. Yeah, enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much for being here. YouTube, thank you so much for the follows, the subscribes and the likes. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming in on that side of the community and joining us in the verse. We will be back on Monday. A little bit more shenanigans in Star Citizen before the weekly reset on Tuesday for Coffee and Chrome. Next week, Wednesday, we will be starting into Armory Forger. We're going to be taking a look at the newly released Day Zero map, custom map. It's going to be great. Action appears through plant wall at restaurant. Oh my God. Listen, you keep that action to yourself. Don't even start with me, sir. So yeah, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Twitch, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you for subs, resubs, and gifting sub bits. And as always, thanks for trying to touch me with your disgusting, dirty tip. We're getting out of here. Normally I would raid, but we're not going to raid today. We're just going to go enjoy your weekend. Have a wonderful time, and I'll see you back here on Monday. Cheers, everybody.